to be signed into law tonight. We should seize that opportunity. That is why, later today, I will ask unanimous consent for the Senate to hold a vote to pass the House Epstein bill. The Epstein Victims Bill and the Epstein victims groups have made it clear they do not want amendments to the bill. In fact, just this morning, Epstein survivors stood right in front of the Capitol demanding that Congress pass this version of the bill. The House has now spoken in an overwhelming fashion, and Senate Republicans must step up. Because the public is fed up with waiting around to get to the bottom of the Epstein files. Americans are fed up with Donald Trump's lies. They are fed up with the cover-ups. And they are fed up with Republican leaders who keep siding with Donald Trump instead of siding with the American people who demand transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein. There is only one right answer for the Senate: pass this bill as written today. And let me say something else. This could not have been possible without the courage and advocacy of Jeffrey Epstein's survivors. They made this vote possible. They risked their safety coming out of the darkness to share their stories, tell the truth. We thank them. We thank them, and everyone who has pushed for transparency. And let me also add this. This will go down as one of the most damaging moments of Donald Trump's presidency. In trying so hard to hide the truth, Donald Trump has provoked the fiercest rebellion he's ever faced among his own supporters, both in Congress and around the country. All the lying, all the broken promises about transparency, all the bullying and threats to members of Congress who wanted these files released, it's all blown up in Donald Trump's face. His usual methods of intimidation and dishonesty have failed spectacularly in this instance, but make no mistake, today's vote is just one step. Once the Senate sends this bill to the president's desk, Donald Trump must obey the letter of the law and ensure full transparency regarding the Epstein files. No, we'll give you some of this or not, but not that. Maybe you should see this. There's a reason you can't see that. Anything less than full transparency will be unacceptable in the eyes of the American people. If the president tries to manipulate his way into releasing just some of the Epstein files while deliberately hiding others, the public will see right through it. And their frustration, their distrust in Donald Trump will grow even worse. Before we get to that step, the Senate must finish this job first. We must pass this bill unamended as soon as humanly possible. And I yield the floor to my colleague, Senator Merkley, who's been a great partner as we have pursued finding full transparency with the Epstein files.
Mr. President,
The senator from Oregon.
I join my colleague, the minority leader from New York, in noting that principles matter. Equal justice under law matters. In fact, it matters so much that it's carved into the facade of the Supreme Court. If you go out these doors, down the hall, onto the big staircase descending to the plaza, and you look out, your square center of the Supreme Court, equal justice under law. It's a powerful concept. Goes to the sense that everyone should be accountable for their crimes here in the United States of America. No matter how much money you have, no how much power you have, no matter what large office you hold. 427 to 1. That's what the House said. 427 to 1. The House just voted to say equal justice under law matters, and they're standing behind that principle. But is it a principle that this U.S. Senate will stand behind? Let's look at what's happened. Back in July, a bipartisan group of senators that included two of my Republican colleagues introduced legislation to release the Epstein files, the same bill that just passed the House of Representatives 427 to 1. But we only had 2 colleagues across the aisle join us in demanding justice. And in September, on the Defense Authorization Act, we had a vote on this bill as an amendment put forward by the minority leader, leading the charge to say equal justice under the law matters. And my colleagues across the aisle, did they follow the example of the House? Or did they express the same spirit as the example we saw moments ago? No, they tabled the amendment. Only 2 colleagues across the aisle, only 2 Republicans stood for the principle of equal justice under law. So there we have it, a bill introduced with only 2 colleagues, a bill voted on as an amendment led by the minority leader, only 2 colleagues from across the aisle, but every Democrat saying this matters. Now, the Department of Justice didn't need a law to release the Epstein files. It could have just done so. In fact, when President Trump was campaigning, he kept saying these files are going to be released when he's president. Well, he's been president for 10 months. Where are those files? They haven't been released. President Trump, why haven't you released the files? In fact, not only has he failed to release the files, he's fought the release at every possible moment. It was widely reported that back in May, Attorney General Pam Bondi informed President Trump that his name appeared in the files. Oh, his name appears. Well, now he's doubled down on making sure that they are never released. Now, the Attorney General herself said she had the full file on her desk. And then she said, well, she didn't. At every level, this administration has sought to thwart equal justice under law. Powerful men, the President of the United States, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, have fought to make sure that these files are never released. How long was the House on vacation in the middle of the legislative year? A full 7+ weeks of abandonment, missing in action, nowhere to be found in the middle of the legislative year. The entire House of Representatives shut down for over 7 weeks and into an 8th week, vacationing around the world to avoid voting to release the Epstein files. That's how much powerful people at the very top of our government were fighting to make sure these files never see the light of day. But across this great country, people said, hell no. People on the right side of the aisle and the far right side of the aisle, people on the left side of the aisle and the far left side of the aisle, all demanded that justice be served. Because this particular case is one that involves such egregious conduct. Jeffrey Epstein was a monster who groomed, abused, raped underage girls, and facilitated the ability of other powerful men to groom, abuse, and rape underage girls. He trafficked these women to rich and powerful men. He destroyed the lives of hundreds of young women. That's why, from every corner of this nation and from every part of the political spectrum, there is a demand to release these files. Now, the Senate Finance Committee, led by my colleague from Oregon, Senator Ron Wyden, has been investigating the financial network that facilitated this national and international crime. And the Biden administration cooperated fully with the Senate investigators in this case. The Finance Committee, under President Biden, went to Treasury to see the Epstein files' suspicious activity reports. They proceeded to put together an incredible database of how money was spent to facilitate this network. The Biden administration echoed the demand for equal justice under law. Trump campaigned saying he would release these files, but then he's in office. His name's in the file, and he does everything possible to stop their release. Now, the House voted powerfully, for sure, 427 to 1. But a bill doesn't get enacted into law unless it's passed in this chamber. And that's why the minority leader, Senator Schumer, said he will return today after the bill has been sent over to the Senate to ask for unanimous consent. If the House, 427 strong, can call for equal justice, the release of these files, certainly the Senate can stand up and say 100 to 0 that we also stand for equal justice under the law. The truth must not be buried. And we know how nervous the administration is. They've responded by saying, we're going to release information about how those files affect powerful people who are Democrats. Let me tell you, President Trump, that does not stop one of us. Because this is not a partisan affair. This is about a horrific crime on hundreds of underage girls whose lives were destroyed. Hundreds who were groomed, hundreds who were abused, hundreds who were raped. So the chips must fall where they may. No matter what the political party of the actors may be. So, President Trump, you think you're doing something clever and you're going to intimidate Democrats from supporting this by making this partisan? I tell you, President Trump, hell no. There's nothing partisan about the principle of equal justice under law. Now, we know why the president is so nervous. A few days ago, a trove of emails were released from the Epstein estate. They made clear in Jeffrey Epstein's own words that President Trump, quote, knew about the girls, end of quote. And he called President Trump, quote, the dog that hasn't barked, quote. And Jeffrey Epstein, a convicted pedophile, even wrote, quote, I've met some bad people, none as bad as Trump, not one decent cell in his body. Well, I don't know what President Trump's role was. And President Trump says he wants to see others investigated, including former presidents who were Democrats. I don't know their involvement. But I do know this. It's time for the truth. It's time to end the cover-up. The Epstein cover-up is morally wrong. It is legally wrong. The victims deserve justice. The victims and the American people demand not justice, but transparency. The American people and the justice demand accountability. It's the right thing to do, no matter how rich or famous an individual might be who is mentioned in those files. And they may be mentioned in those files with no connection to the crimes committed. There's no knowing until we see what the files say. That is the point. The bill that was passed in the House, the bill almost word for word identical to the bill introduced here in the Senate, it says, quote, no record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of any of the following: embarrassment, reputational harm, political sensitivity, including any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary. Nothing withheld, redacted, or delayed because some powerful man or a group of powerful men are afraid of what's in that file. We did say in this bill to protect the victims and underage witnesses by redacting the personally identifiable information, any depictions of abuse, or information that would jeopardize an active federal investigation or national security. Protect the victims, but don't protect the perpetrators. Let all 100 senators come up the staircase outside in order to enter this chamber. And on the way up those stairs, look back, turn around at the principle, equal justice under law, carved into the facade of the Supreme Court. And carry that principle in your heart. And when the minority leader from New York comes to this floor and asks to pass this bill with unanimous consent so that it will be endorsed 100-0, echoing the cry for justice from down the hall, let not one voice of objection be raised. Let all 100 of us stand with the victims and stand for accountability and stand for justice. Thank you, Mr. President.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
The Democratic whip?
Quorum call?
We are.
Pass. Unanimous consent.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if you put me on the spot and ask me how many times I have flown from O'Hare to Washington during the course of my congressional career, I couldn't guess. I'm going to take a wild guess and say 2,000. 2,000 flights in and out of O'Hare. This morning I had a press conference there, and it was important for those who count on that great airfield to know what I learned. I met with the air traffic controllers. It turns out that O'Hare at this point is the busiest airport in the world, if you combine both passenger and cargo air traffic. It's also the case that for more than 10 years, they have been understaffed when it comes to air traffic control. They don't have enough air traffic controllers. They have been working 6 days a week, 10-hour days, for at least 10 years and in the foreseeable future. They are concerned about it. I am as well. They are doing their job and doing a great job in the process, but they're under pressure unlike anything most of us can imagine. They literally have the lives of ourselves and our families in their hands when they're directing air traffic around O'Hare. Recently, when we had a government shutdown, there was a question raised as to whether or not we were going to reduce the number of air flights in America as a result of it. It was not an unreasonable suggestion, because when you consider that we need 14,000 air traffic controllers nationwide and we have around 10,000, we already start off with a problem. Fortunately, that reduction in air service only lasted a brief period of time. I met with those air traffic controllers today and told them that I voted to reopen the government, thinking of them and thinking of the recipients of the SNAP benefits, the food stamp benefits across America. But that isn't enough to be concerned about it. We need to do something on a bipartisan basis to solve this problem. We need more air traffic controllers. There are ways to do this, and I want to pursue those. We also need the very best in technology and equipment when it comes to the work that they do, and that can be improved. There seems to be a bipartisan feeling now that we should do something. Let's seize this moment and seize this opportunity and move forward in making sure that we have the safest and most modern air traffic control in the world. I thank the men and women who continue to do their job so well at O'Hare and across the United States, but they have a burden that most of us don't even appreciate in their 6-day weeks and 10-hour days. Mr. President, on a separate topic now. For nearly 3 months, the city of Chicago has lived under the shadow of President Trump's Operation Midway Blitz, a cruel campaign that has swept up innocent American citizens, legal residents, and immigrants who pose no threat to public safety. The Trump administration justifies this campaign by saying they're targeting, quote, the worst of the worst. Oh, you heard him give the speech over and over again. We're going after those illegal immigrants in this country who are rapists, terrorists, murderers, criminally insane. The worst of the worst, as he says over and over again. But the situation on the ground, the reality of the situation, paints a dramatically different picture. As part of these immigration raids, agents, ICE agents and others, have baselessly rounded up and disappeared people on the streets and in homes across the city, almost all of whom had no prior warrants or criminal history. Terrorists? That's not the case at all. I want to speak to you about one of the incidents that I ran across when I went back home last week. 2 weeks ago, a viral video showed agents, federal agents, storming through the doors of Rayito del Sol, daycare and preschool center in the North Center neighborhood of Chicago. These ICE agents, in their camouflage uniforms and with masks on their face, were dragging out a teacher while she screamed and cried, "I have papers," in Spanish. That teacher's name is Diana Santillana, but her students, little girls and boys, between the age of 6 months and 6 years, know her as Miss Diana. According to school officials, Diana had an authorization to work, and agents did not present a warrant when they entered the building. This is the Meet the Teacher flyer for Miss Diana that's posted in the classrooms of Rayito del Sol. This was the woman that the ICE agents went into the school and daycare center and arrested. The flyer describes Diana's love of early education and working with kids because, quote, it's one of the most rewarding experiences in her words, and she likes to nurture and leave a mark on young ones. Does this look like one of the rapists, murderers, terrorists, criminally insane that President Trump has reminded us of over and over again? Of course not. Thankfully, Miss Diana was released from detention after a judge ruled her mandatory detention was illegal. They swooped her up out of this daycare center. She disappeared and no one could find her. Not family, friends, no one could find her. And then she turned up in a facility, I believe, in Indiana, and they released her from there. What was this all about? Well, I'll tell you what it was all about. It was about the reign of terror, which this Operation Midway Blitz is visiting on the city of Chicago. Following her release, Diana said, quote, I love our community and the children I teach, and I can't wait to see them again. Does that sound like a terrorist rant? I know they can't wait to see her. They love Miss Diana. But this incident has rattled this community in Chicago, especially the kids who attend Rayito del Sol, who range in age, from, as I mentioned, from 6 months to 6 years. This past week, I visited with the parents of some of these students. About 12 of them met. They, of course, expressed concerns for her because they love her. Miss Diana is well loved by all these kids. They also worried about the impact of this incident on their kids. The questions and the nightmares that followed as these little ones were forced to see and hear the administration's brutality in full view. In an interview later, after the incident took place, one of the parents, Tara, said, and I quote, the families were traumatized. Children were crying, and the scene was one none of us ever witnessed before and will never forget. It is outrageous that children are exposed to this, but the Trump administration basically doesn't give a damn. There used to be a time when ICE didn't cross certain lines. DHS had policies against enforcement at schools and churches for this very reason. Not anymore. They've got to go after terrorists like Miss Diane, and so they have to break all of the rules that have been established. President Trump has touted Operation Midway Blitz as a resounding success, but these raids aren't targeted. The administration is swooping up people off the streets, while they're dropping off their kids at school or heading to work, or simply looking Hispanic, good enough to be arrested and deported. Don't take my word for it. Listen to what U.S. District Court Judge Jeffrey Cummings said. In a lawsuit challenging warrantless immigration arrest in Illinois, Judge Cummings read from a summary he and his law clerks compiled of more than 150 pending immigration cases in which arrestees were challenged their deportation. The judge said the circumstances of the arrest show that Operation Midway Blitz is not targeting hardened criminals, not targeting the worst of the worst. In that case, the Trump administration provided a list of more than 600 individuals detained during Midway Blitz. By their own data, just 16 of the 1,600 detainees have any criminal history that poses a high risk to public safety. Do you know what percentage that is, Mr. President? Less than 3%. Terrorists, rapists, murderers, criminally insane. Less than 3% have any criminal background. All of this confirms what I've been saying for months. What is happening in Chicago with Midway Blitz is a political theater to spread fear, not reduce crime. Oh, they struck fear in the hearts of the kids at this daycare center. They may never forget what they saw that day when the agents came in their camouflage and their mask and whisked this poor woman out to deport her and started off by sending her to Indiana and then releasing her. It made no sense whatsoever. This is political theater at its worst. Chicago deserves better. America deserves better. Reports indicate Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino is leaving the city of Chicago. Let me tell you, he couldn't leave too soon for my conclusion. However, we expect immigration raids to continue in the city. And Mr. Bovino has already taken his administration's brutal tactics that they've been practicing in Chicago to Charlotte, North Carolina. In just one weekend, DHS agents raided a church and arrested at least one U.S. citizen simply because he looked Hispanic. In Mr. Bovino's own words, and I quote, "It wouldn't surprise me to see us in a city near you." So I asked my colleagues, especially my Republican friends who value liberty and freedom as much as I do, what is stopping this government from deploying tear gas in your home city? What is stopping them from pointing guns at your constituents? What is arresting your fellow neighbors without cause mean to you in the future? It's a legitimate question. Don't look the other way out of personal or political loyalty to this president. Look straight in the eyes of the people you represent and tell them you stand for the Constitution and the well-worn history of this country where we have tried to push back when tyrants emerge. It's on all of us to call out these abuses of powers and this trampling of civil liberties. How can we say to Miss Diana, we're sorry? We can say it by ending Midway Blitz as fast as possible and by reassuring the families there that we want to have a safe nation, but not at the expense of our basic liberties. I yield the floor.
Senator from Iowa.
Today, I commend First Lady Melania Trump for her leadership on the recent Fostering the Future for American Children and Families executive order. And obviously, the thanks would go to President Trump for his support of his wife's work, and it wouldn't happen without his signing the order last week. This action is an important step to see that young people who have experienced foster care are supported as they begin to navigate their lives as adults. For decades, I've worked to shine light on the challenges that foster youth face. The bipartisan Senate caucus on foster youth that I launched with former Senator Mary Landrieu in 2009 and still co-chair today has a particular focus on the challenges that older foster youth face. Young people who already face constant uncertainty growing up, often compounded with the trauma of neglect and abuse, are then expected to lead the rest of their lives successfully on their own. And that's a hard way to start a life outside of foster care. And of course, that is just not quite right. They deserve a mom and dad, a supportive and safe environment to grow up and to develop and to have meaningful connections. While nothing can replace the things I just mentioned, I find they at least ought to have a chance to have some support to pursue higher education, find employment, and stable housing, all to help prepare for their future. I continue to work to find avenues to provide this support for these young people, including and exploring ways to increase the awareness of federal programs that support older foster youth. I started out by complimenting our First Lady. In her remarks announcing the executive order, the First Lady said this, quote, "I predict this small spark today will ignite a profound and lasting nationwide movement," end of Melania's quote. I share her optimism and once again thank her for her commitment to improve the lives of young people. I look forward to working with her and supporting how I can do that here in the United States Senate, both as an individual senator and as co-chair as the Senate caucus on foster youth. And then, Mr. President, on another article, on Thursday in Kossuth County, Iowa, I completed my 45th annual 99 county meetings. For 45 years in a row, I've held at least one Q question and answer session in all of Iowa's 99 counties. Now I have to modify that just a little bit because I remember, and it's not here in print, that in my first term in office, there was one county where nobody showed up. But otherwise, I've had a Q&A in every county of Iowa, all 99, for the last 45 years. Last week, I met with welders, students, family farmers, factory workers, and others to hear what's on their minds. I was in 2 high schools, so I could hear straight from the next generation of Iowans about what is most important to young Iowans. This year, I joined an artificial intelligence workshop in Grinnell, Iowa, with small business owners. I visited 7 hospitals to hear from nurses and doctors about changes to Medicaid and how I'm working to strengthen rural health care. I held a roundtable with restaurant and hotel workers about the new tax on overtime, or no tax on overtime, and no tax on tips. These were all provisions, as we senators know, from last summer's tax bill. Everything to help working men and women of our country. These workers told me how the tax bill was a big moral boost for their employees and also to help recruit more employees. Congress legislates and makes policy that impacts Americans. As a part of representative government, it's important to hear from our constituents how this policy is impacting their daily lives. Hearings from Iowans face-to-face in my county meetings is the best way to keep in touch. But as I tell them at that particular time, they only see me maybe one day out of 365. There's 364 days in the year that they ought to be telling me what's on their minds. So I encourage all Iowans to write or call my office with their opinions. And I always say dialogue is the essence of representative government. So if they don't see me face to face to have that conversation and they have it by email, they should expect an answer. And if you don't get an answer, let me know, because if I encourage you to write me and I say I'm going to answer, then I better give you an answer. Knowing what Iowans care about helps me better serve them. I look forward to more Q&As in the coming weeks. I yield the floor.
That's pronounced nigh.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory call with respect to the Nye nomination.
Without objection.
I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Madam President, Mr. President, excuse me.
It's okay. Democrat
Mr.
leader.
President, and I ask unanimous consent that the quorum be dispensed
Without
with.
objection.
Well, Mr. President, Donald Trump has tried to cover up for Jeffrey Epstein long enough. It's time that the Senate finish the job to finally compel the Department of Justice to release the Epstein files. A few hours ago, the House of Representatives passed their Epstein bill with as lopsided as a vote as you can get, 427 to 1. It's now the Senate's turn. In a few moments, I will ask unanimous consent for the Senate to pass the Epstein bill as soon as it comes over from the House. My unanimous consent request guarantees that the Senate will immediately pass the Epstein Files Transparency Act without any further action as soon as it comes over from the House. We will pass the House's bill without changes, without delay, and we will finally get this done. Epstein victim groups have made clear that they support this bill as written, without amendments. We should listen to them and pass this bill quickly. They've worked so hard and long to make this happen and deserve tremendous, tremendous credit that we have arrived at this moment. This isn't about Democrats versus Republicans or about Congress versus the president. This is about giving the American people the transparency they've been crying for. This is about holding accountable all the people in Jeffrey Epstein's circle who raped, groomed, targeted, and enabled the abuse of hundreds of girls for years and years. The American people have waited long enough. Jeffrey Epstein's victims have waited long enough. Let the truth come out. Let transparency reign. And I urge my Republican colleagues, let the Senate act today. And so, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate receives H.R. 4405, the Epstein Files Transparency Act from the House, the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, the bill be considered read 3 times and passed with no intervening action or debate, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection? Without objection, so ordered.
The Senate has now passed the Epstein bill as soon as it comes over from the House. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Oregon.
hallelujah. Equal justice under law just took an enormous stride forward in this Senate chamber. It was back earlier this year in July when Senator Lujan and I introduced the Epstein bill, the same bill that just passed the Senate chamber after passing through the House, and it had 25 sponsors, but we couldn't get a single sponsor from across the aisle. Not one. 25 Democrats said, let's co-sponsor this bill because we need transparency. The victims need justice. And yet, the president, who said during his campaign he was all about releasing these files, blocked them, did everything possible to stop them. And then in September, under consideration of the Defense Authorization Act, we put forward an amendment. In fact, our minority leader, Senator Schumer from New York, put forward an amendment and said, let's take the bill that Senator Lujan and I had introduced with 23 colleagues, and let's vote on it now and put it in the Defense Authorization Bill. And my good friends across the aisle again blockaded justice. They moved to table the amendment. And with only Republican votes, they created a 51-49 vote to kill justice, kill transparency, kill fairness for the victims of this evil, evil operation that Epstein headed. But the fight continued. The publicity continued from every part of the spectrum politically. From the far right and the near right, left of center, far left of center, all saying, this is wrong. The crime is enormous. Hundreds of young women, hundreds of girls, raped by powerful men. Every American knows how wrong those rapes were, how much damage they did to the young women involved, often destroying their lives. Every father of a young girl thinks about how evil it would be for a powerful man to rape his daughter. And yet, Trump's persistence in blockading the release of these files continued until the House came back into session and there was a withdrawal petition, a discharge petition as they call it in the House. And a majority of the House members said, we must vote on this. And the president lobbied the Republicans who were on that discharge petition because Democratic names weren't enough to have a majority. He asked them to get off the petition, and they refused. So it became clear the House was going to vote. And today they did. And when it came to the question of saying yes or no on releasing these files, it was 427 members of the House strong, one opposed, saying, today we stand for justice. And so just moments ago, the minority leader, Senator Schumer from New York, came to this floor, and he asked the Senate to follow the example set by the House. And just earlier today, I said, when that moment comes, let's be 100 senators strong 100 strong in saying yes to the unanimous consent requests, saying yes to discharge of these files from the executive branch. I am struck that the language is very full in saying all the details have to be discharged and none of them can be blocked because of embarrassment or political sensitivity to the powerful individuals who are currently in office or may have been in office or may never have been in office, but may have been involved in Epstein's operation. Let the chips fall where they may. This bill says 30 days from a signature being provided by the president, 30 days those files have to be fully released, redacted only to protect the victims' names. So 30 days from now is a long time. And so I say to the President of the United States, you've had plenty of time to have your legal team already redact the names. So release these files now. Release them now. Sign this bill and release the files right away. Today's a victory for the voices for justice who have pushed and argued that these two chambers, the House and the Senate, need to fulfill the vision so embraced by the American people, so powerfully felt in their hearts, their sense of right and wrong, their sense that powerful should not be able to do evil acts and get away with it. And finally, their voices were heard today. So I thank my Republican colleagues across the aisle. Every one of them decided not to come to the floor and object, which means they are giving unanimous consent. So all 100 senators, however much they may have obstructed in the past, today did the right thing, and I applaud them for it. Let's together push the president to release these files immediately. They've had plenty of time to redact the names. Let's see no further administrative delays or cleverness, and let the chips fall where they may. May there be justice for the victims. May there be accountability for the perpetrators. Equal justice under law should be served. It's our duty to serve it, and we've taken a powerful stride to equal justice today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Senator from Arizona.
I ask consent to speak for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I've come to the floor 3 times, now to call for the release of the Epstein files. Oh, I apologize. Mr. President, I've come to the floor 3 times, now to call for the release of the Epstein files. Earlier today, the House voted to release the full files, and later today, I hope this chamber will do the same. Before we vote, I want us to remember what's really at stake here. This isn't about Democrats versus Republicans. It's about real girls who were hurt, abused, and trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein and the powerful people who surrounded him. One of those girls was Virginia Roberts Giuffre. She was forced to stay silent for years, but today I want to let her speak in her own words. Virginia was just 16 when she started working at Mar-a-Lago, where she met Epstein's recruiter, Ghislaine Maxwell. She writes in her memoir, Maxwell says she knows a wealthy man, longtime Mar-a-Lago member, she says, who's looking for a massage therapist to travel with him. My lack of experience doesn't concern her a bit. I'm sure you'd be terrific, she insists, looking me up and down. Will you come for an interview? Even today, more than 20 years later, I remember how excited I felt. Could my dreams of becoming a professional masseuse be on their way to coming true so quickly? Something about how this proper, well-spoken lady focused on me made me seem that possible. I told her I had to get permission from my dad first, that I really wanted to come. That wealthy man, we all know now, was Jeffrey Epstein. And that moment began years of trafficking and abuse for Virginia. Later in her memoir, she writes, I was about to spend more than 2 years in Epstein and Maxwell's orbit. My job, to do whatever they asked, whenever they asked it. There were no bars on the windows or locks on the doors, but I was a prisoner trapped in an invisible cage. Those are the words of a child, a child who should have been safe, from predators like Epstein and Maxwell. She talked about how Epstein gave her money to rent an apartment so her parents wouldn't question why she had to go to meet Epstein's clients in the middle of the night. Here's the thing. Epstein did not act alone. He had help. And the men who helped him target and abuse young girls and protected him are still out there walking around like nothing happened. This can't just be another news cycle or another Tuesday. There needs to be justice. We owe it to Virginia and every survivor of Epstein's to finally get the full truth of how this happened and who allowed it to happen. That's why I'm going to again call for the full release of the Epstein files. Let's bring this evidence out, stop the secrecy, the cover-ups, and the protecting of these elites. The American people deserve the truth, and Virginia deserves transparency, accountability, and healing. At a press conference earlier today, another Epstein survivor said, "Today, we stand in a moment that will decide whether our government belongs to the American people or to those who prey on them. We owe it to her and to every survivor to choose accountability and release the files." I yield back.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Ho Ni of Alabama to be a member of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Ho Ni of Alabama to be a member of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis.
Yes.
Mr. Daines.
I'm just good looking.
Wait. Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Bozeman, Curtis, Graham, Husted, Johnson, Justice, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Paul, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt. Mr. Marshall? Aye. Senators voting in the negative: Gallego, Kane, Kim, Lujan, Markey, Merkley. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye.
I was just thinking, you don't look at day over 39, but apparently that's not true. Oh, no, I can't see
Mr.
that.
Wyden, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, No. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mrs. Shaheen, Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Collins, Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Welch, no.
Mrs. Capito. Aye. Ms. Slotkin. No. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 65, the nays are 32, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Nuclear Regulatory Commission, Ho Nie of Alabama to be a member.
Unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session being a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the Foreign Relations Committee be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 1512 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 1512, an act to amend the Taiwan Assurance Act of 2020, and so forth.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to consideration of S.Res. 501, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 501, recognizing National Native American Heritage Month and celebrating the heritages and cultures of Native Americans and the contributions of Native Americans to the United States.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S.Res. 502, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 502, recognizing November 2025 as National Family Caregivers Month.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, November the 19th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today at the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Further, the post-cloture time on the Nye nomination be expired, and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nomination at noon tomorrow. And if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action. I further ask that the Senate recess following disposition of the Nye nomination until 2:15 p.m. to allow for the weekly conference meetings. Finally, at 2:15 p.m., Senator Lummis be recognized for up to 5 minutes prior to making a motion to proceed to SJ Res 89.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.